Fuck. There we go. All right. Cool. Think I got all my shit. What do I need to do? Oh yeah, I need to make sure I got YouTube check up. All right. I'll find and activate. All right. Let's test this puppy out. Nice. All right. Cool. All right. I think we should be up. All right. So for anyone who's here or watching the VOD or whatever, we're gonna continue on our research into Trumpstein. We're gonna get these losers out here. So just to recap from yesterday, we're wrapping up document number 2, Trump's relations to Epstein. The document on Epstein himself isn't really that important because, like, we all know, right? So I'm really not gonna worry too much about this, but there's some stuff that is pretty relevant, so like if they say that Epstein was like a Democrat or something, like, you should know that's not true. He was bipartisan. He was opportunistic. But yeah. However, though, document number 2, this is the first really important one. And this is basically done. And you can see everything on the right here. And most critically is here's our timeline. And it's super duper easy to understand where everything is in relation to this timeline. So in the mid 1980s, Epstein and Trump become acquainted. Okay, in 1989, they go to a casino with an underage girl. That's a rut-row. 1993, Trump allegedly assaults a woman, and then we can even look at that. So if we go over here at a Calendar Girl event, we can look at the sources on stuff. So detailed in a lawsuit. She filed in Boom. So that's pretty bad. Oh yeah. Okay. So then in summer of 2000, we have all these facts here. We have all these facts. So, yeah, that's basically what this document is. Oh, also real quick, let me look up. I want a notification in my Discord server, a notification when someone joins VC. Help. Oh, first, let's also put in the things that um yeah, Epstein getting arrested on this. So there's a few things that we have to make sure that we detail accurately. Where's that? 2006. Here it is. Okay, so um, Epstein was arrested in 2006. Please give a short summary as to why. Sure. There we go. All right. It's not. What? What? He was not arrested. Wait, what? Am I insane? Of course, the timeline, the indictment, the public law enforcement escalation. Not sent to prison. Okay, okay, okay. So then he was actually arrested. Okay. Wait, what? When did Epstein go into some form of custody first time? Thought that was 2006. Well, I guess it makes sense because, well, then again, he can get on the plea. Oh yeah, so he did. The fuck? Okay, okay, so he did go into custody. Yeah. Okay. Case began 2005 in July after the grand jury. Okay, yeah. Okay, so why the fuck did you say? Don't be goofy, bro. Not arrested in 2000 in the usual sense people mean. Case was handled through a very controversial plea deal. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, just hallucinated then. Okay. Yep. Just came after a local investigation. Okay. So the more precise way, he was arrested after the grand jury indictment, and they pled guilty. Okay. So. Was he released from jail? The 嗯 I'm confused. Ras's Lago customers daughter in 2007 takes plea deal 2009. Six to No, on bond for okay. He was arrested in 2006, released the next day. Oh wow, only 3K. Jesus Christ, that he was under. Okay, the timeline is arrested, released on bond, no longer in custody. Yup. Okay. Okay. Got you. Okay, this that makes sense. Okay, so he does get arrested. Yikes. Roro. Okay, so arrested for solicitation or prostitution. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. 24. Epstein gets out on. Did he get out on bond on 24? 2006? Should be yes. What? Now, the date I have is July 24, 2006 as the arrest date. What? The 23rd. Yeah. So. Perplexity, don't do this to me. Yes, around July 24th, he was on bond because he arrested on July 23rd. Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, so yeah, of course, thank you. So, I guess Epstein gets out on 3K bond. The plea deal isn't really relevant to. However, him getting arrested, that is relevant. So, give relating to Epstein's detail. Okay. Epstein. Grand jury indictment. Okay. Epstein's arrest in Palm Beach. After grand jury indictment. Palm Beach. Sure. Yeah. Copy paste that. He's taken into custody after the case was initially about sexual misconduct. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'll use that source. It's a good source. July 23rd. Or 2006. Seems arrested through grand jury indicts him on account of soliciting prostitution. Oh, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, yeah, I think I'm good. Okay, cool. spelled? Okay, I spelled it right. Thank you. All right, there we go. Okay. Where are we at? Sure. Epstein's bail. Oh wait, am I doing? Oh fuck, I'm not doing duel. Booked and then released on bond. Okay. There we go. Grand jury docs into the reveal alleged. Okay, where's Control F?
New
Bond.
transcripts show that Florida prosecutors knew.
Shut up. Okay, so following his grand jury indictments, charges of solicitation of prostitution with no mention of minor victims, Epstein was arrested, booked, and released on bond. So that's the only thing that says he was released on bond. He arrested, booked, and released on bond. Wasn't he released the next day after his arrest? Please source that. I said he was released the next day. But, I mean, if it's 3,000, like, yeah. So clean summary is okay. 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 These are the same links. Okay. Go away. Control F. Bond. One night. He's released the next day. There it is. Cool. Okay. Control F. Bond. Some bond. Nope. All right. So yeah, we can use this then. Epstein on of minors is given grand jury indictment. It's a small bond. Boop. There we go. Okay, cool. Sometime after Epstein was arrested and on July 23rd, 2006, Trump called the police and yeah, please detail this. Okay, here we go. This is good. Remember, people are going to say that Trump did something to get Epstein arrested. Not true. Not true. He already was arrested. Don't let conservatives fucking lie. Ooh, I kind of want that. Let's get this, and there's one more thing that we have to go through relating to a Trump subpoena. When Trump subpoena. How the fuck do I spell subpoena? On the Epstein case, and when did he make the call relating to it? I'll write down the time. No! Fuck you. Okay. So. Oh, that's another one. That's another one. He definitely fucking knew, bro. Oh my god, dude. It's so bad. It is so bad, bro. Trump harasses the daughter. Oh shit. After. Yup. Let's copy and paste that bad boy. That's the layup. Cool. That's an easy one. Mid 2000s, 2000. Boom. There we go. Was arrested on solicitation. Yeah, so I'll do that. Yep. I'll copy and paste that. Okay. And here's our source. Yep. Let's bam. Fuck out of here. Okay. Oh yeah, it's another thing. Okay. Look at that. I forgot that he was lying and said that he didn't know. And he's like, okay, well, I did know, and I kicked him out. And I was like, okay, buddy. Thank you for stopping him. Can you give Trump's quotes to the call? He's saving his own ass, bro. Bombshell. Sure. Okay. Cool. Gets on $3,000 bond. Okay, and now, so that's that. Now it's about. Oh, this is verify. Yep. There. Apparently, a moment where Trump with investigators and helped by answering questions about Epstein. I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. There's like something that he did. I thought he was subpoenaed. Or maybe he was trying to avoid a subpoena, so he just answered. Trump did contact. Yeah. Nope. Alright, Gemini. Can you help me? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Yikes. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm hungry. What? Let me check. Nothing here. Okay. All right. So, we got some viewers. Shit. Hey, what's up, y'all? Okay, so, um, right now we're doing some Epstein investigation, but I really want to eat this pasta here and drink this milk. So what I'm gonna do, we'll go through some turning point slop. Oh, prepping for a currently scheduled debate or just in general? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at chat like at all. I've literally just been like glued on the fucking research shit. So, yeah. Well, and I wouldn't necessarily say a scheduled debate, but what I do is I go to turning point events across the country, and I basically go to annihilate their career. Right? I've ruined at least one reputation, and I'm also the reason why Turning Point hired Andrew Wilson to coach their debaters. And the whole thing that I'm doing is I'm trying to make as easily accessible as possible the analytic truth, okay, the metaphysical truth, the gnomic truth, the ontological truth, the epistemological truth, okay, by the every truth you can fucking think of. The truth that the GOP and Donald Trump defend pedophiles, they protect pedophiles, um, and that involves a decent bit of research, and that's what this is. This document here. I'm picking the Epstein files because it's very simple. Anyone can learn this, and excuse me, it's simple. Anyone can learn it, and it doesn't leak into other big things across political affairs. So if you're talking about tariffs, you can talk about the economic impact, but I mean, obviously the way the tariffs are implemented are unbelievably fucking stupid, but you have to know at least like how other countries were treating us with their trade agreements, you know, because they'll say, well, yeah, the tariffs economically aren't very good for us, but it's how we can negotiate deals because they've been treating us unfair. And then, you know, you gotta know shit like that, and that's complicated. And I don't expect people to learn that. You know, if you want to talk about the Iran war, you gotta talk about like, you know, the histories of like different relations with different countries, and that's complicated. You know, if you want to talk about like mass deportations, you have to understand immigration policy. You have to understand the difference between like a judicial and administrative warrant, and that. I mean, it's actually that part's not complicated, but you know, you see what I'm saying. There's a lot of scope creep when you go into just about any type of political endeavor. And from that scope creep, that can be overwhelming for a lot of people. And we really want to avoid that. We want things to be easy, right? Because Turning Point does evil, 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 evil things, and they're responsible for a lot of people's deaths. And that's objectively bad. So, with something like the Epstein file, it's like, you protect pedophiles. That's it. There's no more. That's it. You protect pedophiles. That's it. And then they can try to talk about like, oh, well, you want a transgender kid? Like, what? That's a pivot, you know. At least like with the economic thing, like they could say that like, well, the other countries have been treating us unfairly, and it's like, oh, okay, like, well, now there's like some meaningful like tangent from that, you know, like that you can draw line A, you can draw like from point A to point B. You can do that, and basically for all the other things too. But for if you were to talk about like Trump is protecting, you know, the world's most notorious ring of pedophile billionaire elites, there's not there's no scope creep. That's it. And they can talk about like you're trying to transgender kids or something. And if you want to say that's bad for the sake of argument, then like maybe you could do. Actually, I wouldn't even grant that. Just say that they're trying to pivot. Okay, say they're trying to fucking pivot, and just leave it at that. You know. So yeah, relatively, it's simple, it's true, and it's damning. So that's why we're going over the Epstein shit. But yeah, we're gonna go over some. Actually, nah, fuck the turning point slot. Let's look at something that's actually like somewhat mentally engaging. And Scott, what's up, my buddy? I was gonna say my buddy and my man. I said my band, dude. I had a fucking stroke. Don't worry about it. Let's see how this is.
Scott, what would you like to talk about?
So I don't think abortion is murder. I'd love to discuss that.
Sure.
So I don't think that there's anything wrong or unjustified with ending the life of something that has no consciousness, sentience, or personhood. So by extension, I wouldn't see anything wrong with terminating a pregnancy before a fetus develops that around 24 weeks.
Well, I believe life begins at conception.
Well,
Oh, dude, he's so. he, I understand that's like the talking point. Life begins at conception, but like, if you're like versed at all in any of like these like debates, like on TikTok, saying it like that is like an instant indicator of like, oh, this guy has no idea how to fucking debate like proper, right? The best pro-life debaters, you know, like they're Phil bros. And as much as I dislike the Phil bro jargon, there is utility in understanding how they communicate and what the message is they're like trying to do. There's like an absurd unnecessary amount of jargon that they implement, but like there is utility in understanding it. Now they like to do the jargon shit because like I think it is the case that like, you know, they intellectually like jerk off to it because they feel so smart doing that, right? Um and that's their prerogative, you know. I mean, like, I feel good when I play video games and I beat the shit out of my opposition, and you know, it's just kind of their own fucking way of doing that. I know I met you at a debate event. Don't know if you're so local to the area, but would love to have you come to a meeting and talk to everyone about the work you're doing. Also, we desperately need debate training for the team. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! I recognize. Okay, yeah. I think I remember the name that you have here. Okay. Do we have debate events planned? Oh, and just so you know, I am like the thing that I'm doing right now is like a national type thing. Now I'm more than happy to show up and help out. Not I shouldn't say show up to help out however I can. But yeah, no, if we have like events or anything, yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh wait, let me lock in. The question I'm asking, do we have any future events planned? Because I need to know the timing on, or I guess I should say like the urgency, because I need to get the Epstein shit done as fast as I possibly can. And there's also a bunch of other things that I'm doing too, but I'm happy to help out. I just need to know like when I need to like stop by.
life does begin at conception, but there's a difference between biological life and conscious life.
True.
So again, so you believe it is a life.
Well, of course it's a life. Yeah, it's a human life as soon as it becomes a zygote. Yeah.
So you are okay. Do you believe it's an innocent human life?
No. Say no. He better say no.
I don't think innocent is an appropriate word to describe it. I don't think you would call
Because innocent implies agency.
like a rock innocent because it doesn't have the capacity to do harm to others, right? So I don't think that's the right word.
You're comparing a fetus to a rock.
Yup.
Yeah, I'm just saying in the same sense that it doesn't have the capacity to do wrong or evil, so innocent wouldn't be the right
I'm
word.
just saying,
Say agency. You know, it's just an easier way of doing it. Makes you sound smarter, and people should know what you're talking about. This way it doesn't have agency.
you compared a fetus to a rock.
Yeah, do you understand the correlation there?
It doesn't.
Door knocking primarily. Definitely don't need to rush for any events. Okay. Okay. Man, what I fucking hate. I'm glad y'all are focused on door knocking. Door knocking is so much more effective than I know people do a lot of like phone banking and like just I don't think phone banking seems to be very effective at all from like any of the canvassing that I've engaged with. But door knocking though, that's good. I'm very happy about that. There's some candidates I'm trying to coach on general public speaking with this. Sounds like a winter focused event. But what I hate, because the strategies that candidates need to engage with are not the same as strategies that I as a public debater engage with, because I'm not trying to get elected. There are people who I want to get elected, but like for example, like maybe I have like slightly further to the left positions on, let's say, social issues than someone like Jermaine Johnson. Jermaine Johnson being the Democratic candidate for governor in South Carolina, he cannot be the same level of like I guess like left as like someone like me, right? Who he has to be a conservative Democrat. Okay, I'm not a conservative Democrat. I'm a very liberal Democrat, right? But if you're in South Carolina, No, you have to be a conservative Democrat. You just never fucking win, right? So the strategy is different. When you're door knocking, right? You're talking to someone in the hopes of like trying to change their mind about things. So you can't like me again as a public debater. My goal is to annihilate my opposition. I want to destroy them. Shut the fuck up, Duncan. This sounds like a Winter Focus event. Yeah. So my goal as a public debater is to annihilate my opposition as best as I possibly can, right? But my goal, if I was trying to get to change someone's mind, the person who I'm, talking with, is not to annihilate them because they're just gonna fucking hate me. They're gonna shut down. They're gonna hate my guts, even if I'm right and I blew them the fuck out on everything. That doesn't actually change the person you're talking to's mind. All you can really do is like plant the seeds of like maybe they'll question, maybe they'll, X, Y, and Z. So there's two different strategies, and I am not sure how it. Well, actually, no. I'm decently effective at the other one, because I have changed minds of people who I've discussed with. But I was discussing with them because I genuinely cared about the person. I was respectful of where they were coming from, and I tried to meet them where they're at and try to shift them over a little bit. That's really all we can do. You're correct insofar that policy and marketing will necessitate the capability to moderate. Yeah. However, most candidates we work with are local state house with exactly 0 minutes of public speaking. Oof. Okay. I do appreciate and agree with the dichotomy you're describing. A lot of people get lost in the need to be. Yeah, it's so bad. Yeah, it's so bad. It's like, look, if you're trying to change someone's mind, if you're like rhetorically beating the shit out of the person who you want to convince, you're not changing any fucking minds. However, if there's an audience, then fucking annihilate rhetorically the person you're debating, because then you'll get the audience, right? And that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. So, y'all are fucking stupid, bro. I hate you guys. But yeah, no. I'm super duper happy to do it, and I can go over like some talking points. Yeah, I'll say talking points because just kind of simple like things to think about, so. But what I fucking hate is that a lot of conservatives are like so. Well, actually, no. Okay. A lot of conservatives are really brain broken on the wrong issues. So, for example, they might be like, well, if you're a Democrat, you support the transgenders. And if you have to be a conservative Democrat, you're not going to change. You know that you can't like really give ground to that, So a conservative Democrat would have to say, no, like I don't agree with the Democrats like that. I'm to the right of them or something like that. You would, if you're a conservative Democrat, like I don't know what is Jermaine Johnson's policy on transgender philosophy. I have no idea. But I imagine he probably has to be against transgender philosophy, trans ideology. Gotta choose mine. Oh, sweet. Let's go, Duncan. You got this shit, bro. Well, when I say transgender like philosophy, I'm talking about like you either A, reject transgender people as like the ability to exist, or you don't. So for example, Turning Point obviously fucking rejects them, right? So like they say that sex and gender are the same thing. Transgender people are delusional, all these different things. But people who are epic and based and knowledgeable in things understand that gender dysphoria is a legitimate medical condition that some people unfortunately are born with, such that their internal sense of self is not in alignment with their body. And the only way to actually treat that dysphoria is to help them transition and respect them. That's it. Right? But conservatives just reject that entirely. And either A, we do something to help their gender dysphoria so they can live happy lives, or B, we fucking don't. And when we don't do things to help them live their lives, they grow, like, they live a lie such that they are at an extreme risk of killing themselves. So when we say that like conservatives want trans people dead, this is what we're talking about. But I don't know. Let me look up Jermaine his policy on that. What is? But I imagine he probably has to reject it, because he's in South Carolina. Jermaine Johnson's policy on transgender ideology. He definitely is against like trans kids. However, Annie Andrews is pro trans kids, which I don't know how much that's gonna hurt her. And it's insane that that's what is making or breaking like fucking elections. Like, oh, do you care about transgender people? It's like such a small fucking percentage, which is insane. But this is what conservatives are brain broken about. He's a generic supporter, largely refuses to speak too hard on any specific issues in public. I think that's actually good. He's very vocal about support. Oh, nice. Transphobia is such middle school. It really is, but that's like the entire conservative position, okay? Because if we were to go and look at Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh and all these things, they're talking about, like, it's like they're stuck in 2016, okay? They're just only going to be talking about the transgenders and DEI. That's it. The neo, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with Ted Cruz and JD Vance. Because here's the truth, bro. It's all going to be down to JD Vance or Ted Cruz, or not Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. I don't think Ted Cruz has the political capital at all to run for 2028. But Trump is going to become super unpopular. There's going to be some giant backstabbing. Okay. What that looks like, I don't know, but they're gonna have to like the ship, the Titanic is like nose up, okay? The ship is like it's broken, okay? The ship is fucking broken, and the helm of that ship is Donald Trump. They're gonna have to turn on Trump at some fucking point because it's just so bad, okay? It's inexcusable. Worship the elites. Yep, based epic. I love my elites, dude. I have my Elon Musk Neuralink installed, and I have the Palantir update with it. Yeah, they're fucking enough of these anti. Like, I'll say this, okay? Establishment Dems, I've actually grown a huge respect for. I actually agree with most establishment Dems. I think they were doing a great job before. I think that they suck at their messaging. And there are some things that I wish they were way more hard on. Like, for example, Israel. Okay. Like, I'm so sick of fucking Israel. And, like, establishment Dems broadly still support Israel. And that's stupid. That's unbelievable. But otherwise, I think they've done a great job with almost everything. So, as a center left guy, I support establishment Dems overwhelmingly. Going back on the policies that, or like the positions that you have to hold. If we're gonna change someone's mind, if I want to change somebody's mind in like a one-on-one discussion, I'm gonna meet them where they're at and try to inch them. Because if I'm over here and they're like, and like so like my head is the center, right? My head is the center. I'm like here and they're over here. I have to like come like over here for them, right? So like I may have to put on like I'll be like, yeah, no, I see why you feel that way, you know, about like, you know, transgender people. It is kind of confusing, and like I don't really get it either. You know, I might say something like that because I want them to be receptive to me, right? And I can imagine that like people like a lot of politicians have to do that. But you have to meet people where they're at, because if you don't, it's just a fact of human nature, okay? That they're not going to agree with you, okay? Never in human history have people en masse been able to be moved from here, okay, to fucking here from one conversation. That doesn't happen. Oh yeah, if anyone wants to, let me check the Discord. If anyone is in, Scott, I fucking love you. You are so fucking god tier, dude. I think. Oh, and by the way, you do have the affiliate role Anyone who's an affiliate in the Discord can just hop in the stream whenever. So just a heads up if you want to pop in. You don't have to wait for me. Okay. Oh, he supported adding transgender identity protected. Oh, epic. Okay. Wow. Yeah. A lot of conservatives are super brain broken on the wrong problems. So if I'm trying to change someone's mind, I might agree with them on some like stupid, meaningless thing. Like if they're obsessed over trans people, right? And then instead talk about like, well, let's talk about like our gas. Let's talk about, you know, the economy. Like, has your bills been going up? Because things seem to be getting a lot more expensive, right? And then you can point to who's in charge. Like, how the fuck can you like blame Democrats for everything when it's like my brother in fucking Christ? Like, you control all three branches of the government. Like, what you mean? Fuck you talking about, boy? It's the Democrats. Like, bro, it's the deep state, bro. Like all this other stupid fucking shit. All right, but yeah, let's try to get through this. I'm gonna eat my pasta. Y'all got me on a yap session, bro.
Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, I'm just saying that you can call it innocent if you want. I'm just saying that it doesn't have the capacity to do things that are harmful or wrong. So I don't know
Again,
that
so-
innocent
so
or
it's-
Yeah, let's talk about agency. I wish you would just say agency. That's such an easier way of saying it. It doesn't have agency, and like innocence is only prescribed to agency or to agents, because in like court, okay, it is true you are either innocent or guilty of a crime. If there's a proposition, it is either true or false. You have to have some type of agency. That's it.
guilty would
So
apply
it's
to it.
never done anything wrong,
Yeah, because they can't, right?
right? So it's innocent,
Are tornadoes innocent?
Sure, sure.
right?
Oh, why did he grant that? Oh, now he's gonna say you're taking an innocent lie. I don't know why the fuck he granted that. Scott, no.
So now,
Shouldn't have granted that.
any argument you make after that is just making excuses of why it's okay to murder an innocent life.
Okay, let me ask you then, do you think it's morally reprehensible when we pull the plug on somebody that's like in a permanent vegetative state?
Again, now you're comparing somebody who's lived a full life and has decided what happens to them upon their being in a vegetative state.
Well, what if they haven't decided?
It isn't a matter of having decided. It's a matter of if they haven't decided, because they could put down what they want to happen. They can put down, I want you to fight and fight and fight forever. And if they don't list it, they've chosen to leave that decision up to their loved ones.
Right, but by your definition, wouldn't that be the taking of an innocent life?
It's not. It's not. That
Why not?
person is. Why would that be taking of an innocent life?
Because they're innocent and they're still alive, and you're
Why would
choosing
they
to
be
end their life.
innocent? They've lived how many years?
Yeah, but
That means you're not innocent?
that's not relevant to the innocent
They've,
discussion,
they've
right?
never committed sin.
Well, maybe they haven't. You don't know.
No, again, there's
Pulling the plug on literally Jesus Christ, I guess. You find like brain dead Jesus. Do I pull the plug on him? I don't know, bro.
only one person without sin in history.
Okay, so wouldn't by that extension the zygote or the embryo have sin also?
Also, that's not true. Because if you have like a baby come out and then like it dies like the next day, can babies sin? I mean, I know people say that like everyone is like born of sin, you know, sins of the father. But one, how come that's not the case for Jesus? Because Jesus is a fully human and fully divine. But the sins of Joseph don't pass on him. Well, actually, Joseph actually isn't Jesus' father, since Mary was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. Yo, imagine that today. So I guess if sins of the Father, and the Father really is the Holy Spirit, then I guess it would mean that Jesus is born without sin, so then sure. But imagine today, two things. Imagine today if like you come home, you go to your virgin wife and she's like, I'm pregnant, and you're like, what the fuck? I'm pregnant, and then you're over here like you're wait, where the, oh, you're like,
Huh?
and she's like, it was the Holy Spirit. An angel came to me. Bro, someone would die. if that story was fucking real. Like, if that story actually fucking happened, bro, someone would be fucking dead. Oh well, probably the wife, realistically, because that's just how things were. You cheated on me, you stupid fucking. That's really what would have happened. But locking back in though, the second thing is what's really funny about if there's any Christians watching, dude, I'm sorry, but this is the logical conclusion to Christianity. Okay, so if we take the Trinity, we understand that Jesus is distinct. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all God, but also distinct entities. So there's only one God, but there's also distinct entities, that all of which are God. Okay, now you're telling me that God impregnated his mom to give birth to himself. The Holy Spirit, which is God. So God impregnated his mom, Mary, to birth himself. To fulfill a prophecy by the Father, by himself, because he was mad at others for the rules that he fucking made. I was like, okay, buddy. I don't know. It literally makes no fucking sense. Oh, what is this link? How do I click the link? Can I just... What is this link? Fuck.
I'm slowly breaking down. And no, it's hard to see you, but I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. All this time I'm thinking we could never be a pair. Oh, no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here.
That's enough to make a grown man cry right there, dude. Oh my god. I want to cry, bro. Looking at that. Dude, the times of Obama were so much more simple. Was Obama perfect? No. But was he an incredible fucking president? Fuck yes, he was.
No, again, there's only one person who has lived, who has been born without sin.
Oh, born.
Jesus.
Okay, so it's being born that matters.
Nope, it's being born without sin. There's only one person who has been born and lived a life without sin.
Okay, so I mean,
By the way,
so you're fine.
So you
Sorry?
understand it's a fetus, right?
It's a fetus at around 8 weeks, yeah.
But it's a human fetus.
Yes.
Right, so it's a human, but you've already agreed it's a human life, so that doesn't really matter. You're just okay with taking human lives if it's convenient.
Yes, so what I would say is that in order for something to have moral worth, it has to have consciousness and interpersonhood, right? All of the qualities that we value.
That's a subjective view.
Yes, but I'm gonna.
It's not. It's not.
Explain it from my perspective. All of the qualities that we value in human life stem from that consciousness, the ability to think, feel, reason, love, create, all of it. I would ask you to point to me to.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger.
It is alright. A lot of people think Bush was evil. I don't think he was evil. I don't think Bush was evil, but I think he was he was really fucking stupid. I need to do more research into Bush, I guess, before I can really, start prescribing any moral judgments on him. But at least from what I know, I think he was just fucking stupid. I mean, like, y'all saw that video where he was like, "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me." Like, yeah, I don't know. He just like fumbled his words like so bad in that, and I mean, I don't think he was cognitively declined. I think he was like just like fumbling and shit like really bad. Now Biden's speaking capabilities clearly were like diminished. But like Bush, I think he could have. I think he could have locked in. Biden, I don't think it was possible for him cognitively, or I guess like how do I put it? Like when you go to do a play, okay, and you have like no cognitive issues, okay, if you lock in, then you can do the play really well. And if you don't lock in, then you're gonna fumble. And that's why I would say like that was like Bush. However, though Biden, I think his ability to speak definitely was diminished.
Any
all the
quality.
things that-
Oh,
all
well,
the
we'll get
things
through
that
this. I
you
want to
value.
eat the pasta.
Okay, so what do you value?
I value human life.
You know what he needs to ask him? Okay, are y'all ready for the pro-life defeater? The pro-life, this is the ultimate pro-life defeater, okay? Pro-lifers can't answer this. Ready? Here it is. The pro-life defeater. The pro-life defeater is this. Some of y'all have probably heard me talk about it before. Life begins at conception. Let's grant that. Life begins at conception. If you have a set of conjoined twins with one body, but two heads and two separate experiences, like the very real and alive twins, Abby and Brittany Hensel, okay? The very real people who are out here today in the United States, okay? Hold on, let me... If you have a very real set of conjoined twins like this, how many lives are there? Because if they want to grant life begins at conception, it's like, okay, we'll say life begins at conception, okay? Life begins, but how many lives are there in this image, and why? And they're gonna say, well, there's two. There's two lives. Okay, why are there two lives? There's two heads, two experiences. And they say, oh, so it is experience that generates meaningful life. And they're like, no. And it's like, okay, well, can you give me the symmetry breaker? Because you said that life begins at conception, okay? And when conception happened, when you have conjoined twins, definitionally, that is one cell that begins to split into two. Now, conjoined twins occur when you have identical twins, which is one, again, identical twins are one cell that begin to split. Conjoined twins are when the split doesn't finish. That's what conjoined twins are, okay? And that's what Abby and Brittany Hensel are, okay? Identical twins, there's one cell, and it splits completely. Then you get two, okay? Conjoined twins doesn't finish splitting. Well, there's one cell. Are they one life? And the truth is, from a pure biological standpoint, they are actually one organism. That's actually true. Because when you look at their anatomy diagram, their nerves, their blood vessels, you know, all their anatomical whatever shit, it's all in one. You know, if you were to draw an anatomy diagram of them, you get one organism. Dude, I can't wait for these dumbasses to try to debate theology with me. Like, I want to make something clear. I have a Bible right here with contradictions. Like, irreconcilable contradictions, okay? Specifically in the Gospels. Okay? If they try to fucking debate theology with me, I'm falsifying Christianity, and I'm not going to be nice about it. Like, bro, they believe in talking donkeys. What do you mean? You think the donkey was... You think the earth was made in 6 days? And then they'll say something like, oh, well, the 6th day, it's allegorical. It's not literally 6 days. It was like millions of years or billion or whatever. But the truth is, one, that doesn't fucking work, okay? Because when you look at the original Hebrew text, okay, which I guarantee you they haven't fucking done, or at least well, some of them have. But those are going to be your... If they have looked at the original Hebrew text, they would not say it's allegorical. They would say it's 6 literal days if they looked at the Hebrew text and they're still Christians. Because if you look at the Hebrew text, it uses the word yom, Okay, not Bayom. Bayom is like an age of, like the age of man, right? The year of man. Um, but or like the day of man, or sorry. But with Yom, that means 24 hours, 6 days. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's saying literal days, and the Bible even then says there was evening and there was morning. That's it. There was evening, there was morning. It uses the word Yom, which translates to 24 hours. The Bible is literally saying it was 6 fucking days, boy. Oh, and then Jesus later then affirms the 6 days of creation and talks about people working on the Sabbath. Okay? Jesus, I can't remember the context of it, but someone is like trying to work or something, and then Jesus is like, "What are you doing, man? No, don't you remember the 6 days of creation?" You know, so Jesus again reaffirms the 6 days of creation. So, yeah, it's just fucking stupid. Oh, and if they say that it was millions of years each day, which again just is completely fucking wrong in terms of what the text says, the original Hebrew. But two, it's actually super fucking wrong because I think it's like day 3 is when we got plants, and then day 4, I believe, is when we get the sun and the moon. So you're telling me if each day actually represents millions of years, you're telling me we had plants and then millions of years passed and then we got the sun? That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just wrong. And they'll be like, "Oh, well, with God, anything is possible." It's like, okay, buddy. Okay, yeah, day 3, we got the plant, and then day 4, we got the sun and the moon. Like, how'd they get that wrong? They just got the shit fucking wrong. That's unbelievable. It's absurd.
Right, but why? If you're not pointing to any
Because human
specific...
life-
It's literally like saying, "Bro, Star Wars is real. I believe in the Force." It's literally saying Star Wars is fucking real. Like, that's how... And people are dying over this.
Because human life is unique and beautiful.
People need to bring up the conjoined twin argument, bro. Like, it just... Like, this motherfucker would get, like... stun locked so fucking hard. It'd be really funny.
Okay, but that's not really telling me...
Oh, but actually, you know what? Don't bring up the conjoined twin arguments. That way I can use it when I go against Turning Point debaters, and they're gonna be like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. But yeah, I know you fucking haven't, idiot.
anything of substance.
Again, I don't have to create substance of it. I value human life as unique and valuable.
Right, but I feel like if you're going to like force a woman to function as an incubator for 9 months and put her at
I'm
risk...
not forcing women to do anything. Women chose to do the one activity that makes a child.
Yeah,
Here's
course.
the thing. There's only one thing you can do that makes a kid. If you don't do that, right? If you don't do that, you won't have a kid.
I understand that. But I don't think that's really relevant, right?
I
My
think it's
point...
absolutely relevant. I think it's just a consequence of your actions. You chose to do that. You
Okay.
chose for your sexual gratification. You chose to accept the possibility of creating life. So you created life. You are now responsible for that life.
Okay, so if somebody chooses to get in a car, should they be denied medical care because the car accident was their consequence of getting in a car?
No, that again, that's makes no fucking sense.
That's actually a really good question.
Why not?
That is a horrible fucking.
Is that not a
analogy.
consequence of their action?
It's not. It's not a consequence.
It's not?
Of your action. That's like saying if I choose to go out. That's now I can deny medical care to everyone. Because
Well, that's my
you
point.
chose-
That it's not...
Never mind. Thinking about it a little more, the analogy doesn't make total sense. It's not symmetric because if what's older millennial Joe, I think his name is Joe. If he had above a 5 IQ and he thought about it for like 2 seconds, then he would see the symmetry breaker. The symmetry breaker is that if you get into a car crash, right? and the car crash is your fault. Let's say between you and the innocent person, right, who was a victim of your recklessness in the car crash, okay, as your pro-lifer would say it, then if it's between you or the other person, they're gonna say save the innocent person, okay? At least given all else equal, right? Especially if the innocent person was gonna die, right? So option A, you, the person who caused the crash, will be severely inconvenienced for 9 months, as the pro-lifer would say, but the innocent person lives. Or B, you are not inconvenienced for 9 months, but then the innocent person dies. They will pick the first option every single time. And if Joe knew how to address that, then he would do that. But he's not even thinking about that because his cognitive ability just isn't there.
You chose to go outside.
So it's not a good analogy. Don't use that analogy. It's a bad analogy.
So now you can't get medical care because the result of going outside is you may have been stung by a bee.
My point, that's exactly my point, that you shouldn't be denied medical care as a consequence of your actions.
Those people, you shouldn't when you're making an active choice of what you're doing. That child, that life, has no active choice. It is a newly created life, a newly unique life, unique DNA.
Okay, what if
it exists so you don't get to kill it? It's not about the woman. The woman is secondary to this.
See? That's what I was saying.
What it's about is the life.
Okay, so it's about a unique life. What if they're twins? It's not unique anymore.
Then
will he hit the thing?
Now they're each unique. They're not going to have the same DNA.
Conjoined. That's wrong.
Yeah, identical twins have the same DNA, right?
They will still have differences in their fucking genome.
Okay, I'm not 100% positive on that, but
they will still have differences in their genome.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that they were identical. Would that make a difference?
Are you really prepared to make the argument that you get to murder one of the twins because they're not unique? Is that really where we're going with this?
No, Joe, that's your position.
No. I'm trying to understand your perspective. Obviously, I don't think that makes a difference.
Okay,
because you were saying unique DNA is what you value.
Is this when you create a new life, you don't get to kill it out of convenience.
Okay. I feel like if you're going to make that argument, you have to explain why the thing has any moral worth whatsoever.
I don't. The fact.
It's true. So, older millennial is justified in saying that the intrinsic good is just the life of human organisms. Okay, older millennial can't just say that and be like, no, that's it. That's the terminal point. Like, why? Like, because you could ask why ad infinite for any position ever, right? And at some point, you either A, just go circular, B, you say, nope, that's it, or C, you just go forever. Why do we blah, blah, blah? Oh, because A. Oh, why do you blah, blah, oh, because B. Oh, why do you blah, oh, because C. And then you just do that forever. So, and anyone who knows a grip is trilemma, Munchausen's trilemma? Munchausen? I don't know. But you have to pick one of those three. So he is allowed to say, no, that's just it terminally. However, if he values the life of human organisms, then in theory, so long as, the set of twins that we pulled up earlier, if I were hypothetically able to like blow off the face of one of them, right, but ensure that the other lived somehow, right, as they are one organism, technically a human organism hasn't died, so that wouldn't be murder under their worldview. But under my worldview, yeah, that's fucking murder easily, because there's two experiences and we just destroyed one. So that's like an easy case of like murder. Is someone in the thingy? Nope. Hey, boss, you ever think about running a live debate room where fundamentalists and other right-wing chuds can try to look sane talking to you, like going Dean Parker?
The fact that you think anybody has to explain the moral worth of a unique and innocent human life makes you a bad person.
Okay, I understand that, but you were just saying that you were fine with pulling the plug on people, right? That are also unique human lives.
Again, they have lived a life where they could have made a decision on what happens to them in that situation.
Yeah, but
And
how's
as I
that
said,
relevant? How is that relevant?
because they had an opportunity to define what happens to them.
Okay, but what if they didn't? What if they got into like an
means,
accident?
And that means they chose to leave that decision with their loved ones. Because I can tell you right now, I have a document that says what happens to me.
Right.
Because and I've had that document. I mean, when did I join the military?
Scott needs to work on his debate rhetoric and shit. He comes from a great place, but yeah, he needs to work on it. At the end of the day, it's all coming down to the status of personhood, right? That's ultimately what all comes down to. Because if it is a person, there's no justification for it, because the worst thing that you can do to any agent, generally speaking, is murder. Okay? Generally speaking, the worst thing you can do to an agent is murder. And if a person, I mean, well, we kind of grant agency with all persons, just in the definition of, you know, personhood. And if a fetus is a person, persons deserve respect. Persons tend to be innocent, especially babies. And if you say it's a person, then abortion definitionally is murder. And murder is like, again, the worst thing you can fucking do. So the only question is it a person? And the answer is absolutely fucking not.
Fucking 19 years old, fucking for quite some time now. I have a medical proxy. I know exactly what happens to me in every situation. My family knows, the people around me know, because I've made the decision as a coherent human being of what would happen to me. The baby in the womb has not had the chance to make that decision.
Okay, what if
And
it's a 2-year-old that's in a permanent vegetative state?
Oh,
Oh my god.
got him. Oh, that's a good one. Good one. Good one.
Well, what then, right?
Again, now you have to leave the decision to the people around them.
But
Oh, so now they can kill baby. Now we can choose if we're gonna kill innocent babies, Joe. Uh-oh.
they didn't choose that.
What?
They didn't choose that. They don't have any concept of.
Oh god, I wish you would rhetoric him, bro. Oh, he needs to rhetoric. Be like, oh, so now we can do it. Oh my god, dude, that'd be so good, bro. Joe would be like,
that.
that'd be so
Again,
funny.
none of this changes whether or not you
Rhetoric
can
him,
murder a
bro.
life in the womb.
Well, we're literally talking about killing a life right now, right? That you say it's okay to do. That's what we're talking about. Right? So it means that you have to acknowledge that sometimes it's okay depending on the circumstances.
It's again, what is the circumstance that you need to murder a life in the womb?
Okay, the circumstance
Dude,
is
he's
that
so low tier.
it's
So bad.
completely immoral to force a conscious and
You're
sentient
you're
being.
not forcing anyone to do anything. They chose to do that.
Okay, you are forcing them to carry the baby when they
You're not,
medically
you're not
don't
forcing
have
them
to.
to carry it. They medically do.
No, they
To
don't.
to avoid the taking of an innocent life, they do.
Okay, again, I the whole like innocent thing. That's like, again, that doesn't apply to a non-sentient being.
It does. It
Agency.
does. Again, it doesn't apply to a non-sentient being by your standard, which I think is a bad standard.
But okay, how would you define innocent? Just out of curiosity.
Have never committed any act in any kind of malicious. Dude, what are we doing here? Like,
Okay.
Actually, how do you define? It has to be yes. And I'm thinking live. Oh, not much. Okay, that's what I get for like, using Google fucking. Let's see what it says. By innocent, immoral, or legal sense. Innocence can be statutory to person. Man, okay, awesome. Before any mental description is added, an incident means not guilty, unacquainted with wrongdoing. Yeah. Does guilt something to be, let's say, philosophically guilty is a guilty or innocent is a mind required? Because the way we use it, the answer is yes, a mind is required. Like any non-idiosyncratic usage, a mind is usually required. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it requires agency. Exactly. You have to look at intentions. Because you don't say a tornado is innocent or guilty. A tornado is a fucking tornado. Maybe you could say like an alligator murdered someone. Maybe. Even then, that's still kind of weird. Maybe anarchism is the answer? Fuck no. Yup. Thank you. Here, cool.
Okay, would that
I'm
not
just trying
apply
to-
to
I'm
like
just-
anything?
I'm just trying to see why you think it's okay to take the life of another human out
Yep.
of convenience.
Yeah, so it's not out of
'Cause at the
convenience.
end of-
It's
it
out
is
of
out of convenience.
it's out of deciding what happens to your
No,
own
it's
body, right?
So it's convenience.
I mean,
Now,
you can
because
call it
because
convenience
I
to not
agree-
have pregnancy complications that could kill
It's-
you, right? You call that convenience?
Again, my only
You're trying to advance your career? You're trying to get a promotion? You're just trying to live a convenient life. Both of which, keep in mind that getting pregnant like halts your advancements in your career. Very much keep that in mind. Like trying to move forward in your life is just like an act of convenience. Like fuck you. These are life-changing fucking things. But oh, you're trying to be, you want to be convenienced. Okay, buddy.
the exception to abortion is life of the mother, because now we're choosing between two lives, and I think the person should have a right to decide whether or not they die for another life. I get that, but other than life of the mother, it is convenience.
Okay. Do you understand that anytime a woman goes through pregnancy, there are risks that are associated with that can happen?
There are. Here's the thing,
Right.
ladies, real quick. You don't want to experience those risks. Don't fuck.
How about we just don't dictate what they can and can't do with
How about
something
we-
that
how
is
about- how about
completely
we
non-sentient?
How about we dictate that there are consequences to your actions?
Okay, how about we stop placing like this false worth on a clump of cells that
Again,
is not conscious, is not sentient, has no personhood, can't experience harm.
You're a clump of cells.
Yeah, with consciousness and sentience, that's what
You're
gives me
still
value.
just again. You're still a clump of cells.
Yeah, and by your metric, it would be
wait,
fine.
Stop. It's what you believe. You keep assigning value
Yep.
based upon your morals. That is not an objective thought process. You assign value based on your morals. Stop acting like this is an objective thought process. You
Okay, it's-
don't believe it has value until it is conscious.
Okay,
that's
it's-
fine if that's what you believe. But you're never going to convince me of that standard.
Okay, it's not just my preferences when I talk about morality. I'm reasoning my way.
Oh.
He kicked me.
All right, Tommy, you're up.
Damn, rip. Yeah, that was gonna go anywhere. You gotta do, it's the defeater, bro. The conjoined twins. It's the defeater. And I remember going over this a little bit last night, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna, I've eaten enough of the pasta. All right, let's lock in. Okay, so, where are we at? So, the statements by Brad Edwards, lead attorney representing. Here we go. 2009. Okay, so 2009. Shit. 2009. Jump on help numbers at the beginning of the phone and giving information. You're confused and just say you're a Zionist who supports Ayatollah and Hamas, and also yeah. A lot of people on the very, very far left will I've seen people say that they would support JD Vance over Gavin Newsom, which is crazy, but they just don't like we have to know the difference between liberal, like center left, and like liberal as in you value democracy, okay? And yeah, a lot of people on the far left just don't value democracy at all. And they actually have a lot in common with MAGA. It's actually really funny how we're seeing like I didn't want to believe in like horseshoe. Sorry, I muted myself for a second. I didn't want to believe in like horseshoe theory and shit, but like it's kind of true. So like for example, people on the far left are actually really happy that USAID was gutted because they believe that USAID was a CIA thing to influence the rest of the world with Western values to establish, Western hegemony, and the United States is corrupt, and because the United States is corrupt, and we're trying to influence the rest of the world, that definitionally is corrupt and evil. So they were happy that USAID was gutted. When you look at Russia, Ukraine, they think that Russia is good to be invading Ukraine because Ukraine is Western allied, right? Because remember, people on the very, very far left think that the West is evil, okay? They're very anti-capitalist, right? And if you're an ally to, the most successful capitalist nation in the fucking history of all of mankind, the United States, which Ukraine very much is aligned with the United States. And you look at things like the Maidan Revolution, which happened in Ukraine, I think 2014. Like they believe that Ukraine actually is like run by the United States. When the Maidan Revolution happened, which is actually a CIA-backed coup. Like, it's just not a whole lot to really go off of, What's this?
Now, Professor Jiang Shi Quinn is, of course, asleep now. But earlier, I interviewed him on your behalf. And I started by asking this Nostradamus, who has become a viral historian, totally viral. Proactive history is now sweeping the world. And this Professor Jiang agreed to come on the Mother of All Talk shows. I'm very glad to say, and so will you be when you've heard this interview. I asked him for his thoughts on what was happening right now in the Middle
I think I
East. That's what he
saw
had to say.
something like this.
Yeah, so right now, the United States and Iran are at war with each other. And what I expect to happen is that the United States will launch a ground invasion at some point. In fact, there are rumors that the 82nd Airborne Division has been deployed. They've gotten the training and they have received their deployment orders. Those are just rumors, and not confirmed, but there's a lot of chatter, and we expect a ground invasion at some point. I predict that this ground invasion will fail, which will lead to the collapse of the American empire. Basically, the United States will retreat from the Middle East, and CENTCOM, Central Command, will be absorbed into Israel. And so what will happen is then that
Truth is, fuck. I don't know how I want the Iran war to end. I don't know if I want, ultimately what's going to happen, the United States needs to just concede everything to Iran, because it's just not physically possible for us to win the Iran war. JD Vance was talking to Joe Rogan, like a week or so ago, and he was like, "Yo, do you want to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Okay, spend $100,000. If you got hundreds of millions of dollars, then you're good. Okay, so that's like chump change. Spend $100K and just send a bunch of drones out, and you send those drones, like, let's say you send out 30 drones. If we shoot down 25 of them, 5 are more than enough to destroy a ship. The 5 that get through. So, but winning and surrendering are two different things. Yeah, but the thing is, though, there's just no way for Iran's never gonna surrender, because they can just hold the Strait of Hormuz closed forever. And it's easy. Super fucking easy. Blockade their ports. I don't think it's that simple. And also, even then, like the idea that like we haven't like done that. Now, I mean, that's the case right now. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, the thing is, though, Iran doesn't have to escalate. They just have to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. That's it. And they just cuck the entire world, essentially. Yeah. Well, I mean, the United States, I don't know by how much more they could. I mean, well, I guess they could do even, like, blow up even more shit, but, like, blowing up even more shit, like, Iran is just going to hold down even tighter, you know? And they're going to just hate us more. Because here's the truth, okay? Like, it is not possible for the United States to guarantee the Strait of Hormuz to stay open. That's not possible. We could bomb them even harder, bro. Anyone can just, like, the spaces where they manufacture these drones, I think it's like the size of like a garage. It's not hard to make drones. That's the problem. Like, drone warfare is like the new, I don't want to say nukes, okay? Because they're not nukes, but the whole point about drones is you can make a shitload of them for really cheap and really easy. Now it's a game of just outspending your opposition. And the truth is, to shoot down drones is way more expensive than to just build them, okay? You remember, like, flooding the zone? It's literally the equivalent of, like, flooding the zone, okay? Like, just say a bunch of shit, okay? Just, like, just regurgitate out a bunch of fucking shit, right? Okay? And then me going against you, I have to debunk and dissect each and every single one. And by the time I've, like, debunked and dissected everything, you've already, like, shot out, like, 20 more shit-ass talking points, right? And the exact same is true for drone warfare, okay? Like, just throw, like, 20 drones at someone, and then, oh, I just shot down 18, and while I was shooting down 18 of those 20, you just sent another, like, 10. I mean, the reason why we had a ceasefire was because Iran and the US both realized it couldn't escalate further without incurring, yeah. The Iranian leaders are much more considerate and concerned than people say they are. Maybe. Probably. I don't know Iran's statements. I haven't been paying attention to like Iranian leadership, but one, I know they fucking hate us, rightfully so. And two, I know that the strait is really easy for anyone to shut down, rather than for their own people. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm willing to bet my life about that. Yeah. But no matter what, at the end of the day, the United States is not gonna force its way into getting the Strait of Hormuz to be opened again. That's not happening. And that's why I'm saying, because that's never happening, the only way we can get that is through the United States losing, surrendering, conceding, or like, and by that I just mean the United States is going to be worse off than when we entered, and Iran will be better off than when it entered. That's it. Otherwise, the Strait of Hormuz is closed forever. Which, I don't know, maybe we can figure out a way to get around that, but yeah, it's just kind of the end of the deal there. Discuss controlling it forever will be insurmountable. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Like, or at least forever. Like, okay, well, let me think about it before I say it. But I'm positive that's not true, because for okay, when we say controlling it, you don't have to control it. You don't have to like have like we've got it locked down. No, you just have to be like, yo, fuck you. Here's 50 drones, bitch. That's all you have to do, right? And that's how Iran has the Strait of Hormuz closed. That's it. When they throw 50 fucking drones at you, you're cooked. There's just nothing you can do. And anyone can make drones. It's cheap. You can do it in like a garage. And Iran absolutely is self-sufficient such that they can make them. That's why we keep on blowing up their ballistic missile capabilities. Like, bro, you destroy one ballistic missile like plant or manufacturing facility, and guess what? They just made another 3. Okay? Like, they've been doing this shit for decades. They know what they're doing. That's why this is fucking stupid. Like, okay. Here's the truth. The conclusions are one of these 3. Ready? A, negotiations. And then you somehow, everyone holds hands, kumbaya. But that's virtually never going to happen. Probably not in my lifetime because of this stupid fucking administration. So, A, kumbaya. Excuse me. B, we blow them up and they all die. Like, we just glass the whole fucking place. As in, like, we legit, like, nuke it. Okay? But that obviously destabilizes the entire fucking world order. So, that's probably a bad option. Or C, we perpetuate this forever. That's it. So, negotiations, literal genocide, or it just goes on forever. That's it. Okay, according to the report summarized by... International support for Iran from China, additionally, as their Iranian government wants to extract concessions from the U.S. too. Yeah, no, I agree. They don't want that, but let's look at it from Iran's point of view. Iran is gonna hold down the Strait of Hormuz until they can get something from the U.S. because Iran holds the cards. They're spending less because all they have to do is make drones. Now, a bunch of people are dying. Yeah, that's true. But in terms of like the financial loss, the financial loss on Iran is nothing compared to the United States. Right? Do they want the war to go on forever? No, of course not. But what is it that sorry, let me get my thoughts. Why would they ever give up control of the Strait of Hormuz without a concession from the United States? That does not make sense. Because that will mean that everything that they've done to fight will have been worth nothing. Yeah. Temporal scale is important, yeah. Yeah. So, because from a strategic... Because, like, if they stop, blowing up shit in the Strait of Hormuz, then they'll never get anything from the United States. The whole reason why they want shit from the United States is because they know the United States has to appeal to them to get the Strait of Hormuz to be opened again. And they get that. That's literally like their fuck you, I win button. Like, boop. And they'll never get rid of that. So they'll never open it up until they get those concessions from the United States. The only way it can end is with the United States conceding. Yeah. Control the Strait of Hormuz for a long duration or time forever. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, when you say they, are you talking about Iran? When you say all I'm saying is that they won't be able to control, are you talking about Iran or the United States? Oh, because you are talking... No, Iran can control the Strait of Hormuz whenever the fuck it wants, so long as like the country exists. In fact, truth is, any of those countries that are, proxy to the Strait of Hormuz can close it. Any of these countries can fucking do it. Because all you have to do is just send a shitload of fucking drones. That's it. Okay. Iraq, UAE. Yeah, I mean, now, obviously, none of these countries have any incentive to fucking do that. I'm not sure how Iraq's been dealing with these affairs. But Iran? Dude, as long as this country is on the map, yeah, they can control it whenever the fuck they want, yeah.
I'm Dan Kurtz-Phelan, and this
1 month ago. Nope. LOL. Result issues. Okay. I gotta stop this on this trigger for moves. Locking in. For the billing time. Okay, so 2009. Edwards. Talk with Trump gave So the one thing that maybe they have a point on in relating to the Epstein shit is this 2009 call with Epstein victims like lawyer Brad Edwards. Okay. 2009. Okay. We aren't sure. Because we're not sure when in 2009. Okay. Question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Trump other prominent figures subpoenaed or approached at the time. Well, all I talked to picked up the phone. I'll tell you what I know. The only person who picked up the phone and said, "Let me tell you what I know." Trump with I think he represented multiple better words. You know, here's an analogy. Someone can hold a hostage for a short period of time and get money in exchange for it. However, if they exceed that period of time and continue it for too long, the money won't come and they'll likely face negative consequence. No, it doesn't matter. Because the thing is with a hostage, okay, like, okay, the world is going to keep revolving if you have a hostage. At some point, they're just going to kill you, right? Or they're going to, I don't know, right? Like they're going to eventually make a decision. However, if you have, like, I press the button and, like, I cuck the entire world's economy, right? The world stops. The world is no longer revolving, okay? So I don't think it's, like, a fair analogy, especially since, like, there's a few symmetry breakers to it. Like, the world's gonna revolve if you have a hostage, even if, like, the hostage is, like, the president, right? It's a pretty important thing, but, like, between, like, the president versus you know, the fuck you nuke the world button, you know, it's a little bit of a difference. That's sort of similar to that. Well, that makes it even worse, as global pressure will keep mounting and the incentive for maintaining the closure of the strait decreases as the costs become even more insurmountable. Yo, do you want to hop up on stream and talk about this? Because I don't... Oh, hello? Let me work with that dog. But keeping your safe on... I've been looking for very press your content. Mission demand. This is the mine. Oh. Sorry, I'm reading something in my Discord. But yeah, Duncan, if you want, we can talk about this on stream. I'm gonna keep okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay, I like it there. Brad Edwards. Okay. I debate the masters. What masters are you talking about? Steve? I'm gonna say Steve. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Okay, so Brad Edwards, New York Times reports from Trump. Jersey doesn't. It doesn't say anything about that later on. Shit. Okay. PBS.
Go ahead. I'll go first and then I'll let them. They're much more important than me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now,
Trump. Wait, he picked up the phone?
our investigation was, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me.
I got on the phone. Trump answers questions from Brad. Trump answered. A lawyer representing numerous victims of Epstein.
Things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's even up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women after you've heard their stories and know that hundreds of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy? The world should know who he is, who protected him, and the other people that are out there to be investigated need to be investigated.
True. And they killed it. What a meme. I'll share this.
I'll go first and then I'll let them. They're much more important than me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President I can tell you that it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009 and several times after. I can tell you that I talked to President Clinton.
Okay, check stream. Okay. I'm so happy in my heart of hearts. I'm so happy to have an impact. And I cannot wait for next month. Realistically, probably, well, actually, they're going to be doing this shit fast. So it is critical that I get this done ASAP. Duncan, if you're still in chat, I'm happy for you to join up, but we'll only talk about it for like a little bit, but I'm still going to be focused mostly on this stuff right here. They're in a massive attack in Iran. Yeah, see, this is what I'm telling you, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Either A, we negotiate, or B, it's genocide. That's it. Or C, it goes on forever. Sorry. But that's the logical conclusion to this, okay? That's it. The real reason why, yeah, like literally just shit out a bunch of drones. That's it. There's nothing we can do to stop it, okay? Like we just don't have the defensive capability. It just doesn't exist. There's too many fucking drones. You can't do it. Am I getting on the phone? Edwards statement. There any other Brad Edwards public statement? Are there any other details on Trump assisted him? information sharing, not formal cooperation. Okay. Okay, so Trump was willing to talk rather than sit for a deposition. Oh, I wonder if the microphone picked that up. If it picked it up, that'd be crazy. Oh, someone joined? Yo, what's up, Duncan?
I'm good. How are you?
I love life. I love life. I'm gonna take a break probably in like 3 hours or so.
Sounds good.
Available.
Sounds good. I'm quite late, probably there as well. What's the time for you?
Right now it's 4:20 in the afternoon about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And since I think you're about, is it 12? Oh man, is it like almost 5 in the morning for you?
No, it's like nearly 2. About 10 minutes to 2.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. I don't know why the fuck I asked that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Dude, what time do you go to bed, man?
I mean, right now I have like summer break, so I don't really. I mean, I go to bed by like quite late, to say the least.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. What was it? Oh, I need to fix my fucking thing because it's supposed to show you and not me if you see a stream. Like it shows like my little talking head, but it shouldn't show me. It should show you because you're the guest, and people can literally see me speaking right here. Hi world.
Oh,
But
I guess it's fine.
yeah, no, that's something I'll work on it later, and I'm not stressed about it right now. I don't know. I'll stop the stream today at 7 p.m. EST. Oh, actually, no, I'm gonna stop it probably like I don't know. I'll cut a little early because I need to run a really important errand, and then I can also use the extra time to work on some other things that are going on. Because, dude, there's so many fucking things going on. But it's important that they all get done. They all have to come in line. But yeah, no. Let's talk about the Iran stuff. Like, are we really disagreeing on anything, or I'm not sure.
I mean, I think the only point would be whether or not like it would be kind of viable to continue. But besides that, I don't really think so.
When you say to
I mean,
continue, for who to continue what?
for both, I don't think it's like viable for either side to kind of continue it forever. Because like the only situation where it would end up in like a situation where it would continue forever would be in the case that there's like an existential threat to the government itself. So something like another, I don't know if there's like an assassination of the second Ayatollah or something that's even more severe, like a ground invasion of some sort, or, but I can't really. The thing is, like, for me, I can't really see a way either side can escalate without just completely, messing themselves over to the point where they can't recover for at least quite a while.
I mean,
So that's why I don't.
Iran isn't escalating to my knowledge. All they're doing is just keeping the Strait of Hormuz. Like a ship comes in, try to blow it up. So I wouldn't really call that an escalation. They just have to keep doing what they're doing.
No, I mean they can escalate. There's room for like what I'm saying is like I don't think either side's kind of escalating it right now at the moment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
okay.
but that can of course change. Like Trump's not exactly very predictable, so I can't really say where his decision making will go. But as far as the thing which I think is like one thing that's kind of important to also keep in mind is that you know, Iran's not exactly like uh, invincible, you know.
Yeah.
So in the sense that, like, what exactly can they like? I guess the first thing that's important, of course, is what can they do to escalate beyond what they have done, right?
Hmm.
And that would probably be something like um, targeting desalination plants in the Gulf, or further targeting oil refineries, and one could be using the Houthis, which I don't know whether. I mean, there's not a lot of reporting on it as of now, so you can't really conclude either way. But the Houthis have started kind of attacking the Saudis. That could be one way they could escalate. But
Yeah, that makes sense.
the thing is, hmm, but if you look at it, I mean, in the case that I think it's kind of also important to keep in mind the structure, like the economic structure of the Gulf countries, because like for maybe not for the UAE as much, but for Saudi Arabia certainly, and for other Gulf monarchs,
Hmm.
like if they lose their oil refineries and even more so their desalination plants, it's an existential threat to the point it's probably it could even trigger like national collapse, because you would have water shortage of just we probably unimaginable levels, and additionally their entire economy is heavily reliant on oil. So
Hmm.
so the benefits that the citizens kind of receive, and the entire social contract on the basis of which the Saudi monarchs and the monarchs in the Gulf hold legitimacy, it's on the basis of that they guarantee economic performance, and then in exchange they get loyalty. um in a situation where that source of money kind of goes away,
Hmm.
that would be a threat to which they would certainly respond, and
Yeah.
it's not exactly difficult to blow up, as you said. It just like it's for the case for Iran, they can definitely cause a lot of damage without uh just physically not incurring a lot of monetary costs, and uh production costs. But that's the same for the Gulf as well. They could blow up a lot of oil refineries in Iran and desalination plants. So uh, essentially, what I'm trying to say is that this would become such an existential threat if it escalated to that level that they would probably not engage in.
Yeah. Um.
But that again. There's a big if there, because there's a man called Trump who's in the middle of all of it, so you can't really expect him to maybe be logical. Let's say.
I don't know if you saw. There's literally a thing I was like just looking at like 2 seconds ago. That was yeah. It's like Trump talking about like nuclear shit relating to Iran. Trump nuclear Iran. Something like that. Yeah. Oh, strike a new nuclear site. Yeah, something like that.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
it's called the Pickaxe Mountain or something like that. I don't
yeah.
know what it's called in Farsi.
Okay. But no, I haven't looked at oh yeah, nuclear announcement this strike. So yeah, we're just gonna keep attacking. Um in terms of like how Iran is gonna move forward, I don't freaking know. I don't know.
I mean, I think the difficulty with kind of predicting the future is that sometimes it can become speculative. Like,
Yeah.
um, and this goes like, this is not even, I'm not even saying this is because we don't know enough about the situation or whatever. It's just even people who have like studied the stuff for like years and years, decades often, it becomes very speculative because there's all kinds of factors. But it is something I think you can ponder upon. There's certainly a lot of possibilities. It's not, you know, but I feel there's like many things that are true at the same time. One is that if if Iran, like the government, the main player here in terms of like in Iran is the Iranian government. There's no question about. I don't like. This is not to kind of diminish the sort of respectability of the people in Iran, but they don't really they don't have a say in terms of governance. So
Mhm.
so the factors that like would limit Trump would not exactly limit uh, someone like Mustafa Khamenei.
Mhm.
But at the same time, there are constraints. So if you had like a situation where the economy in Iran just like completely collapsed, that would probably trigger about something that would be an existential threat to the government. So there are limits, to the extent, and it's also I think time scale is important because you could shock the world once for a limited period of time, and
You can,
that
wait, I'm
could
sorry,
kind
say that
of
again. I didn't catch that. Can you say it again?
you could kind of shock the world, like in terms of by causing a supply shock by closing the strait. You
Yeah.
could do that once, you could do it twice, and you could do it over short periods of time. But in the long run, if you maintain this, like the thing is, there has to be like an incentive for the blockade, right? There has to be an incentive for Iran to maintain the blockade.
Yeah.
And the incentive now is quite clear. They want to deter the US and Israel from attacking.
Yeah.
They want to kind of, uh, to some extent, they want to also ensure that it's like sort of an insurance policy against future attacks, and they want to demonstrate the fact that if there is another attack, it can be very disruptive, and that's kind of the entire thing. But if they were to just do this indefinitely, then there would be no incentive for the other side to negotiate either. Because then, what are you negotiating for? You're just going to have a shut straight. So
Well, yeah, yeah,
at
yeah,
some
yeah,
point,
yeah. The idea is they would only lock it down so that way we can negotiate, right? Because like there would be literally no point in negotiating if they refuse to open it no matter what, right? Like that would be absurd, right? Like so yeah, yeah.
yeah. And it's just over a period of time, it will just become like, so as an example, China does a lot of trade, just even not even oil, they do a lot of trade with Gulf countries.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So and China does like support Iran to a very great extent. And of course, if the question really was about the government surviving as an entity and them kind of disapproving, China disapproving of their actions, they would obviously choose the former.
Mhm.
But in a situation where they don't feel like they face an existential threat, and then you have the situation where you China disapproves, then the latter factor could become a greater point of consideration than the former factor, because then because this is something that will impact China. It's quite interesting to see. I know I'm slightly deviating here, but even though the US and China kind of they fight a lot, in terms of trade wars and stuff, neither would want the other to actually collapse. Because if you had a collapse of either the Chinese economy or the American economy, that would irreversibly kind of harm both economies, or whichever economy is on the receiving end of it.
Mhm.
So there's almost like an incentive for both sides to not just kill each other, and that to me, I mean, one is interdependence, second is also deterrence. Like there is a limit to which you can deter. If you decide to just make the entire world your enemy, that's not going to be exactly a very helpful strategy either. So I think for me really, I don't really see this kind of viably going on forever. And I'll just also say this, like in the case it does, let's say this kind of extends for years onwards.
Yeah.
I feel the first thing that you have is companies are like really, really, they're very cautious with stuff like this. They're not exactly very, um, they're not known to be risk takers with stuff like energy because this directly impacts them. So
Yeah, yeah.
I think that would be something that would just completely change the, because at that point, what you are essentially talking about is trying to ensure that oil is something that you're not relying on, or at least Arab oil and Middle Eastern oil. In which case, that's going to be just another set of discussions. But I think mostly for the immediate future, I don't think that there's going to be a lot of escalation.
Okay. I need to look, I guess, like into, because what you said about the timescale stuff is really true, because I haven't looked into like what the long term I guess like implications are going to be, and like long term strategies. I've only looked at this from the short term, so I think that's actually a really good thing to bring up. But
Mm.
yeah, trying to figure out what's gonna happen the next year or so. That's it's really difficult to do. So I guess I don't know, like kind of like how much utility there is. Well, no, there is utility in trying to figure out, like, obviously, like, well, what's going to be the most probable thing that happens within the next year, blah blah blah.
Mhm.
All I know is that objectively, the best course of action will be obtained through getting Democrats elected. So I guess like from that like realist position of like, okay, so like here's the facts at hand, and then what do we do with those facts? All roads lead to me trying to get Democrats elected in the United States so the whole world can, get pulled out of hell, essentially.
I mean, like this. To, I don't think there's like a way that the US gets out of this, wherein at least in the short term they're like strategically better off. I mean, this entire thing from like day one was just a horrible idea because you're not gonna like. You can probably even look this up. There's never been in the history of the world, there has never been a single government that has just been overthrown through airstrikes. It's just never happened.
That's been.
Even with
Do you
coup.
say that's been through 2 airstrikes? I may have misheard that.
Sorry?
You said there's never been a government that did something. I think I misheard you.
No, I just said that there's never. So if you look at the current war,
Yeah.
it's just been an air campaign, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's
Mhm.
there's not been. I mean, yeah, there were a few. You had that brief rescue mission, but that's not been like a major point of strategy. It's mostly
Oh,
just
you're
been
talking. You said air. Like they're just like
air.
blowing each other. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, for sure.
This has just been an air campaign in terms of like the war, the way it's been fought, and
Yes.
in the history of the world, there's not a single example that where you can find where an entire government was or an entire army or was uprooted or collapsed just because of an air campaign. Air campaigns can be very decisive tactically, but they can it's virtually close to impossible to kind of overthrow an entire government
Right.
on the basis of it. Unless you just kind of go hammer and tongs and, as you said, just you blow up everything, in which case you could cause national collapse. But then in this scenario, um, it would just result in no benefit because firstly, it would create a humanitarian crisis for like 100 million people directly,
Mhm.
and would probably create, like in terms of fuel, would probably create a humanitarian crisis for billions of people.
Mhm.
Um, so, of course, but the thing really is, which is quite interesting. I was actually listening to the guy I had kind of sent you. He's a guy
Mhm.
called Wali Nasser. He's a I think he lectures at John Hopkins. Um, he kind of said this very interesting phrase, which is that you have an Iran which is more bolder and much more willing to take risk than the Iran that existed before. But at the same time, you have in Iran where the people who are leading the Iranian government are not like hardliners. They're not, okay, they might be hardliners in some aspects, but they are not religious theocrats. Um, and in fact, the thing which is quite interesting, if you look at it, like the way Europe became more like the way you had nationalism rise in Europe
Mhm.
was through the 30 Years' War in from 1618 to 48, and then you had this kind of conclusion with the Treaty of
Versailles.
West, Westphalia. Sorry, I was gonna say Versailles. It's called the Westphalian Peace,
Oh,
and
okay, that I'm not
essentially
familiar. I'm not familiar with that at all. Then, yeah.
yeah. This is like really old, and I don't even think this is like. I mean, this is. I only found out about this like much more. But essentially, you had this kind of period of time where, the French Revolution was a nationalistic movement. It was the first nationalist movement. I mean, arguably, okay, maybe the United States was the first nationalist movement, but if you look at it in terms of like globally relevant powers, France was the first nationalist movement.
Mhm.
But then the French Revolution just didn't come out of nowhere. It had there was like a historical kind of politically and socially, there was an evolution that took place that kind of enabled that. And then
Mhm.
once you really go, if you go really back, like 400 years back, you had this war which was the 30 Years' War, which started over religion and then killed like 15% of the European population at the time. To give some context, I think even World War II did not kill more than like 7 to 8%. Um, so you had this really disastrous war that ran for like 30 years. And then over the course of those 30 years, the monarchs in power became less became less focused on the monarchy and instead started thinking more about the nation. And then the Treaty of Westphalia kind of ushered in this period of peace, relative peace at least for a period of time. And then you had that kind of the Enlightenment. You had philosophers like John Locke and so on, and they came up with the theory, the idea of the nation and so on, and then
Mhm.
subsequently after that, you had the French Revolution in '89. But what I was trying to say was one thing that Wali Nasser kind of said was this looks like a Westphalian moment because if you look at the major powers, like so for example MBS, he's not a religious theocrat. Um, he's much more focused on he's much more nationalistic than his forefathers. Similarly, even Moshtaba Khamenei, he's also more nationalistic. Um, and so you have this kind of situation. The funny thing to me is that for all the talk about Israel being the only democracy in the world, the only country in the region that seems to be becoming much more religiously fanatic or much more theocratical in terms of their governance is Israel. I mean, but I guess that's a discussion for another day.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with because I thought that Israel had I mean like not that it's secular, right, but like that their laws aren't necessarily like religious laws. I mean obviously they have it's a Jewish state in the same way where like, there's Arab states. But yeah, I'm not sure how Israel structures its judicial system and like
Well,
makes their laws. But I know things like gay. I don't think gay marriage is allowed, but like you're allowed to be like gay in Israel, for example.
I mean, yeah, but the thing which is quite surprising with Israel's case, there was actually a survey that came out quite recently of I think it was they were looking at uh, Israeli voter kind of patterns,
Yeah.
and what they found was that the younger generation, that means 18 to 20, 25, 26, they vote more right wing than the generations prior to them. So, in a sense, uh, I mean, yes, you're right. Like their structures to some extent secular, but you can clearly see that there's like a diminishing of that. So with the the most blatant example that I can think of in 2026 was the law that they've tried to pass. I think they've passed it now,
Mm,
where you have this explicit kind of death penalty for Palestinians who are convicted of terrorism. So
mm.
But this is absolutely not to say that the you know this did not happen in the past. I mean, extrajudicial kind of arrests, so whatever you want to call it, have happened in the past as well. But you can certainly see an evolution wherein there's been like democratic backsliding, liberal policies have become more unpopular, the courts have kind of been weakened. So, but yeah, um, but of course, I think that's I was just just saying that as a separate point. But it would be really interesting to see how it pans out. The only sad thing is like you don't see these things like overnight or even in 5 years. You'll have to give this like an entire decade or two to pan out.
Mhm.
So it's probably going to take like a big chunk of our lifetimes to see anything actually come to fruition.
Yep. All right. Anything else, man?
Not really. I mean, unless you want to discuss something else.
No.
I don't really
I'm
have.
just gonna try to finish up on this stuff here, since this and then Trump lying, or maybe I should put that under the cover up. Actually, no, because it's relating to Trump and his relation to Epstein. But this is basically the end here. I actually didn't know about this. That so Trump was, a lot of people who defend Trump will say that Trump actually was helping Epstein get prosecuted by giving information to Brad Edwards, who was a lawyer for a lot of Epstein's victims. But upon further investigation, when I see what Edwards says that Trump had told him, all Trump did was fucking lie and save his own ass. So, for example, here's a quote by Edwards. Some of the things that Trump had said are that he's been to Epstein's house and saw young girls, not underage girls, and he's been to Epstein's house and saw girls in the backyard. But that's a fucking lie, because Trump knew that Epstein liked young girls. And how do we know that? Well, in 1989, Trump and Epstein went to a casino together with an underage girl. So that's one instance. Trump was assaulting women. Now, this isn't an underage thing, but Trump, sexually assaulted a woman with Epstein in 1993. Virginia Giuffre was poached at the age of 16 in 2000, who worked for Trump. He literally says that they both like beautiful young women, similar to Epstein. And then there's the fucking birthday card. Like, there's just so many fucking things,
I mean, I don't know if you've read like the New York Times article that came out earlier, I think last year.
What was the article? I mean, they make a lot of articles, but
It was about Trump and Epstein only. There was some kind of, I mean, to say the least, at least some very shady allegations against both of them.
I can't, I don't like listing allegations, but I do like, I'm sorry. Well, because here's the thing. I'll say, oh yeah, Trump has 100 allegations against him, right? And then a conservative will say, were any of them proven to be true? And then I'll have to say, well, no. And then they'll say that I have no merit to my thing because nothing was ever proven. So it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I guess for you, it's also like you're a public figure, so
yeah.
you know.
But these are things that happened. These are facts. Like, this happened. Him and Epstein were at a casino with an underage girl in 1989. Okay. Virginia Giuffre was poached at the age of 16 from Mar-a-Lago. That fucking happened. Okay. The birthday card, that fucking happened. All these things fucking happened. And then Trump goes on the phone, and instead of getting deposed or subpoenaed, he just talks on the phone. Like, instead. So, and then he lies. And then he lies to save his own ass. That's all he did. Because he's saying, "Oh, I never saw underage girl." That's a lie, and he knows that's a lie
Mm.
because of all the things that happened prior. Sorry.
I feel quite bad for the people who are like for the victims of the entire thing, because
Yeah.
you have this situation where they're almost being like I don't know, like sensationalized by people who are just malicious actors,
Yeah.
you know. Like I don't personally feel that people who like on the right, at least, I'm not saying everyone, because I'm sure there are some who do care, but a lot of them are just doing this to kind of fuel their own like conspiracy, conspiracy theories about the deep state or whatever.
Mm.
But yeah,
Hold
but
up.
I think there's,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, but it really is a very shady thing overall.
Yeah.
Shady is an understatement.
I'm gonna make a phone call real quick. Give me one second.
Or
Yeah. I'll be back, y'all.
or
Ooh, since Ethan is making a phone call, Duncan, are you still there?
I'm
Sweet. Talking about, I want to go real quick back to the Iran war and airstrikes because I've also been kind of looking into it just because it's something I found interesting. It's the reason I got into, debating. Long story short, there was a YouTuber who was talking about, actually he was talking about ice raids, and then he got into the Iran war, or the Iran war happened, and then me and him started going back and forth, and actually now we're friends, so look at that. But on the note, I kind of get what you were saying, and to like keep it simple, I put it in the YouTube comment, but the airstrikes, like you said, won't overthrow the government. Iran could definitely raise the cost of the conflict, but it's
absolutely.
also, yeah, they also have incentive not to escalate. And this is just a theory because it's just kind of like logic thinking and common sense. Like they wouldn't want an incentive, or they wouldn't want to escalate too far as well, because then it will shut down the Strait of Hormuz, drive
Mhm.
oil to something like 220 a barrel. They'll risk dragging a lot more countries into the conflict because it would severely damage the global economy. So if Iran were to like escalate even more and then the whole global economy is at risk, other countries like, I don't know, Germany, I don't know, China, like all other countries would just jump in and be like, hey, you're gonna mess up our economy. Don't do that. So there's
Mhm.
also that little bit of like, I'm pretty sure it's never been mentioned or it's not out there in the news, but just from my perspective of like seeing it, I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure Iran has that way of thinking as well. But yeah, seems like both sides are trying to like impose costs without crossing that line. So it's a
Yeah,
interesting way of seeing things.
absolutely. I mean, it's also like if Iran, like if Iranian oil was not, like if Iran wasn't able to produce oil and wasn't able to kind of ship it, the one of the biggest losers would be China. So there's
There
almost
you
like
go.
an incentive to ensure that they don't destroy themselves.
Exactly. Crazy stuff.
But I mean, I do understand we're kind of having a theoretical discussion, but of course, I do think that like it's quite a sad thing, the entire human cost of the conflict by itself. Um,
Oh yeah, most definitely. Like I forgot what website, but I know if someone, you could Google, I have it saved on my phone, but you Google Iran costs, it breaks down how much it's costs, how many civilians, Iranian civilians, how many soldiers, how many US troops, which currently I believe it's up to 14, and how many injured US soldiers. So yeah, Google Iran costs, and I think it's like one of the first two links, and I use that always to kind of tell people like, yo, this is not worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking to be part of like the research team or the debating team, like when it comes to Ethan's server, or
No, surprisingly, I just like came across him yesterday. So
oh, look at that, that's cool.
yeah.
It's funny story because I joined Discord for a different YouTuber because he was kind of rage baiting and was telling people, "Oh, join my server to debate." So I debated him a few times, and this whole time he's building a community. And I'm like, "Oh my God, how amazing would it be to build a community?" Because there's people that are coming in that are like me, who are anti-Trump, who don't like what he's saying, and they'll join, they'll hang out, but then they'll leave because it's very not toxic, but it's kind of, I would say it's toxic. So I'm like, man, I wish I could take these people and bring them into a server that already exists. And few days ago, or like last week or 2 weeks, Ethan's like, I have the server. I'm like, I want to join. So I'm kind of bringing people from that server over here, and it's really great way to build a community of like-minded people. So
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a bit of like a geographical gap because I'm in Asia and America's a bit far away. But I think, like, to me at least, the way I see it, digital media has kind of influenced everyone globally, regardless of wherever they are at.
exactly.
So
No, yeah, I
I
feel
think,
that.
I mean, I don't know what your age is, but like, at least for Gen Z, it's just I think there's a lot of similarities in terms of the way they think across
Right.
cultures.
No, yeah, definitely. Actually, on that note, yeah, I'm 33, so I'm a millennial, and my wife, I would call her a zillennial. She calls herself a Gen Z because she wants to be younger, but I'm like, nah, you're a millennial and a zillennial. So, and then I have siblings who are Gen Zs, and then my
Mhm.
wife's siblings are like 15, 19, so they're Gen Zs. So I have very much interact with the younger generation. I'm like, I see them. I'm like, okay, I could understand how social media in particular, could influence your way of thinking, and it's out there. So it's cool talking with them because then you're able to be like, okay, well, let me kind of inform you in the way of going about just not trusting everything you see online. So it's fun. I like it.
Absolutely, and I feel to some extent, even though the costs, like the economy kind of being bad is something that's like universal across age, right? It's impacting everyone.
Right? Yeah, no, definitely. And like, for example, like when I was younger
Did
and
you
not
see
into
the stream?
politics. Oh yeah, go for it.
Did you see the stream?
I love the magic trick. Doing
You
that
just
to
got
like the Gen Alphas, the little ones now, and it blows their minds.
Ethan's kind of, I don't know what he's doing exactly on his camera.
Have I
Oh,
missed
you don't know
anything?
that trick where,
I'm
yeah, where
I'm
you
still. Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry, I'm still on the fucking phone call.
Oh
Did
no,
you?
you're good, you're good.
Yeah. Do you see what I did there? It was pretty cool, huh?
I did, I
Yeah,
love
I
that.
saw it.
You want to see me do it again? Oh, actually, wait. No, I can do a way cooler trick. Give me 1 second.
I like to do
Fuck!
that.
Ah! Fuck! 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 Okay. Check this shit out. All right. Gonna blow your mind. All right. Step one. Okay. Take your hands. All right. And you're gonna go like that. Okay. You're gonna bring him in. Now you got your fingers out here, right? You're gonna put them here,
Mhm.
and then do that. Bet you can't do it.
Wait, what? Oh shoot. Wait. Oh crap, I can't do that. Fuck.
My
Okay.
arms aren't that flexible.
You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm still
Boom.
crossed. What the heck?
It's magic. They said magic isn't real. If it's not real, how to just do it.
My arms are still crossed. All right, I give up. I gotta get back to work. All right, I just want to jump in about the Iran, but I'm gonna head off because I love talking about the Iran war and I know a little bit of knowledge of it, and it's interesting topic. But all right, I'm gonna head off. Peace out.
All right, later, Scott.
If you want, I can also head out. I mean, if you have some more.
Yeah, I'll try to lock in on this stuff because I really want. I mean, this is basically done. I just need this. I'm making this phone call right now because I have to run by the store before. Excuse me, the next 2 hours. So I have to make the phone call now. But yeah, I really want to finish up this document and then get somewhere into the
Alright.
next one.
Alright, then I'll head out. It was nice talking.
Yep. All right, later, Duncan.
You too. Take care. Bye.
Oh. I just want to say I fucking hate health insurance. That's it. For anyone who's here. Okay, sorry about like being like AFK, okay, but like I gotta get this shit sorted out. But as soon as the shit's sorted out, we are fucking rolling. Something I try to do is be very transparent about myself as a public, I guess, like figure. And what I do is I do take testosterone replacement therapy. Best decision of my freaking life. Okay, I mean that shit. But medically, I needed it. Okay, so it's not like, oh, I'm just gonna hop on TRT. Like, no, I genuinely have like a, I genuinely have a condition such that I needed it. And yeah, I'm trying to get my shit sorted out since now I'm hopping off of my old job's health insurance and trying to get health and like, well, this isn't health insurance, but like, I don't know, trying to get like medical shit sorted out over the phone kind of sucks. So that's why I'm sitting here in the cuck chair on the phone. Oh. All right, sorry about that. Very, very important, because as a guy who, one, as a cisgender man who takes gender affirming care through testosterone replacement therapy, which again I medically needed. One, I need that shit. Oh my god, this shit is life changing. Okay, but two, yeah, not only for myself but also for my aesthetic, because as I've yapped about like an ungodly amount, aesthetic is incredibly important for like rhetorically beating the shit out of your opponents. And I think that it's just a fact of, I don't know if it's necessarily a fact of human nature, but it certainly is a fact in the current point in time that having a masculine aesthetic makes you win debates easier, right? You know, because if all else equal, but one appears to be more masculine than the other, but all else equal, you know, so like you're more masculine, but you don't look like crazy compared to the other person, then I think that that is a winning factor. So I need testosterone. I need to aesthetically mog all of my opposition, and TRT is great for that. So thank you, TRT. His own stuff was trafficked by Epstein. He did nothing. While both are awful facts about Trump, the fact that his own employees were taken by Epstein did nothing about is damning about his character. Is further damning. In character, then for context, doing nothing are trafficked. It's terrible. But doing nothing, your own employees who keep your business rich. Trafficked. This is insane. Okay. Hashtag. Yep. Okay. After 23. Hashtag. Nope. Oh, nope, 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 no. We are not controlling that. We're not controlling that. Hashtag 28. And Trump admits. Hashtag 29. He knows. Hashtag 30. Okay. And it's just wishing Elaine Maxwell well. Okay. Multiple of the staff, bro. That's crazy. Okay. So he knows he trafficked his own staff and did nothing. Multiple. Trafficked his own, I'll say employees. Multiple people got trafficked under his fucking watch, bro. What a disgrace. Okay, absolutely lied when helping victims' lawyer. Lied to Brad Edwards, who was requesting assistance into the Epstein investigations in 2009. Well, it is true that Trump answered Brad's questions. This easily. First off, lied about information he gave. Specifically, wasn't aware Epstein having underage girls with him. Words. Lawyer. Numerous Epstein victims. Doesn't matter. So Trump answered Brad's questions. This was Trump saving himself. Trump blatantly lied about that. Things he said. He's been to Epstein's house. However, we know this is blatantly false from the fact that Trump knew Epstein took underage girls. Virginia Giuffre. Trump. When it was blatantly false from the fact that Trump knew Epstein took underage Giuffre and had a fixation and they had been reported underage women before. Be informant. Okay, it's not. It's definitely not. I don't know what kind of order that is in. Okay, so oh. So while it is true that this was Trump saving himself, so first off, he lied about the information that was given Edwards on the thing. However, we know he took underage girls. Shit. Wait. Fuck. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. So first they go to a casino with an underage girl. Ghislaine Maxwell poaches 16-year-old Virginia Giuffre. Yeah, I mean it's all the fucking thing. I could just link back to Trump knew Epstein was a pedophile, but like I feel like it's more effective to just list every source again, so that way it gets like drilled in your fucking skull. Like, okay, like these are all things. So just like having it like repeat show, I think is more effective. In terms of like a learning perspective. Trump and Epstein go to Trump's casino with them. So like from a programming or like design perspective, I would just point to Trump knew Epstein was a pedophile, but I think it's easier to learn if I list it like this. Trump's birthday card. Trump. Same birthday card. Yep. Birthday card. Oh, I'll just go tell the pedo shit. The fuck? Where the pedo shit go? Okay. Epstein harasses teenage daughter. I hope it doesn't become overwhelming with it being listed like that. But at the same time, though, like it's just the same shit. So I don't know. Yeah, Epstein was a pedophile. Okay. And then yeah, he knew that he poached the staff. 29. Yep. Yeah, 30. However, windows blatantly fall, so go to the casino. Yep. Hmm. Do I want to start putting the full date in those, maybe? I might do that, actually. That might be better for formatting. It makes sense. Timeline. I don't even know how I would format that. Like it'd be like maybe something like that. I don't know if I like that. However, right here, there's just like the date, and that looks kind of ugly too. But like, there'd be a very concise format if I have the date next to it. And what's really good too is I would have and like counter things here. So I feel like I should format it like that. Which, I mean, if that's what I do, then so be it. I'll think about it. Didn't Trump say that he during his first president? Oh, yeah, not that. Close that. ABC. What's 24? This should be like, but no idea. Did Bill Clinton go? Nope. I mean, people in Palm Beach. He was a fixture. No. ABC News. No, that's not helpful. Shit. Let's click that. Oh, nope. Don't want to do that. I ain't doing all that now. Just do it. There we go. Let me check stream real quick. And also Discord. Okay. Things look good here. Okay. We got some people in debate. Okay. All right. So the last critical piece of evidence relating to Trump's relations with Epstein that I think is relevant here is going to be his lying in his first presidency when he said that he didn't know that Epstein was a pedophile. Even though there's all these points of evidence that says, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Link a source that shows Trump saying he didn't know Epstein was a pedophile. What? What's the quote from it? I had no idea. Let's see. Unspoken Epstein. Okay, July 2019. Is it just that? Oh. Oh. Huh. Hmm. Democrat hoax. No idea. Oh, yeah. Bro, he literally doesn't say that here. All right, Gemini, help me out. In his first term. I know everyone in who's fixture. I had a falling out with him. I'm speaking that I can tell you. No, I had no idea. I had no idea. Wait, what? Yeah. It's okay. July 9th, 2019. Had no idea. Aha! Okay, there it is. Is there a video? I want a video. Give me a video. That's some fucking lying. Liar, liar, pants on fire. What cost is Epstein link? 228. $228, $354.
Obviously, it's a very important location. Well, you know, I met Secretary Acosta.
July 14th.
This first time I know.
I don't think that's the right date. On July. Oh wait. Oh well. Maybe it was uploaded a few days later.
When I made the deal.
That'd be.
Into the administration. Well, you know, I met Secretary Acosta this first time I know when I made the deal to bring him on into the administration. I can tell you that for 2.5 years, he's been just an excellent Secretary of Labor. He's done a fantastic job. Now, part of it is our economy is so good, our unemployment numbers are at record lows. You know, so many good things are happening. But the fact is, he's been a very good Secretary of Labor. What happened 12 or 15 years ago with respect to when he was a U.S. attorney, I think in Miami. Is it Miami? You know, if you go back and look at everybody else's decisions, whether it's a U.S. attorney or an assistant U.S. attorney or a judge, you go back 12 or 15 years ago or 20 years ago and look at their past decisions, I would think you'd probably find that they would wish they maybe did it a different way. I do hear that there were a lot of people involved in that decision, not just him. I can only say this from what I know, and what I do know is that he's been a great, really great Secretary of Labor. The rest of it we'll have to look at. We'll have to look at it very carefully. But you're talking about a long time ago, and again, it was a decision made, I think, not by him, but by a lot of people. So we're going to look at it very carefully. We'll be looking at that very carefully. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago. I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his. So I feel very badly, actually, for Secretary Acosta because I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such a good job.
Me when I lie. He elaborated further. Crimes or behavior. Okay. He's arrested. Suspicion. Really had any knowledge. Poor his ass. I had no idea. No. That's not it. He was asked if he knew Epstein was abusing girls, and he said he didn't know. Can you link that? July 9th. Okay, so it happened on July 9th. Okay, so July 9th, 2019, Trump, Epstein, news? Bruh. Fine, whatever. Fuck you. One Mississippi. Two Mississippi. God damn it. They make you stay on the fucking page. Those bastards, bro. Oi, come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I knew him like everybody in. Okay, anybody else?
Jeffrey Epstein is a terrific guy.
Well, I knew him. He a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I'd say maybe 15 years.
Is there a hallucination?
I was not a. I feel very badly. Actually, I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such. And looking at it very closely. We're also going to be signing a big contract in a little while, so we're going to see you in a little while, in a different room and going. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, anybody else?
Jeffrey Epstein is a terrific guy.
Okay, and then he's just elaborating on the same fucking thing. Okay, dude, it is not July 9th. It was not July fucking 9th. No, not AI mode. Fuck you. It was not July 9th. That's the stuff from...
Also during that cabinet meeting, questions about disgraced late financier Jeffrey Epstein. The fresh scrutiny to the president...
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
What a fucking baby, bro. Okay, Grok, maybe you can help me. Grok usually is kind of okay about getting stuff. Didn't Trump say he had no idea that Epstein was a pedophile? Please link source. Oh. In first term. Please link source. If I can't find it, like, it's not the biggest thing, but it's just an additional, like, you know, if it's a layup, I can get it. It's first time. It was July 12th. Okay. Okay, fuck you. Okay, it said... No, I had no idea. Aha! Okay. This was the one on July 9th. Yup, July 9th. And this one's what, July 12th? Yeah, July 12th. Okay. Okay. So we got it. It's July 12th. Not July 9th. It has to be a video, right? Epstein. Find a video on 12 Trump mentioning he didn't know Epstein was a pedophile. And we'll put this in perplexity as well. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the reporting. Yup. Okay. Nope. It was 12th on God. Is there a video of the statement? If it was a transcript, then we can do the transcript, but like I would really like it if it was a video. No, this is not it. Okay, so no, there's just not. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Yeah, so Grok did really good here. Grok seems to have been the only one to find it. Dude, this is why I fucking... Okay, so what I find is, if I need some specific thing found, even if it's like super niche, Grok does a really good job of finding it. But then when I need to be analyzed, Grok gets lobotomized and gives me conservative slop. It's really frustrating, but if I didn't have this, then I never would have found it. So all three had their uses. Certainly had their uses. Okay. No idea, no idea. The man was done. I have no idea. Are you a Democrat? I am not. No, I'm not. Chris, he's pro what? Okay, whatever. Okay, fuck it. So that is July 12th, 2019. 2009. 2019. Up, 2019. 2, 3. July. I think it's good to order it like that. And then 2, 3, 4. 19. Zero 07. 2009. Yeah, I feel like that's really the best way to do it. Lies about Epstein is a pedophile. During a interview in the Oval Office, Trump was asked if he had suspicions that Epstein was molesting underage women. Trump says no. Is a lie. Reporter. Trump. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That was in the resigning thing. Maybe that was it. Fuck. Wait. Was this on July 12th? I didn't know that was when Acosta was resigning. Yeah, I think this actually is it. Yeah. Yeah. President. In this video, can you find this quote? Be really cool if it found it.
very sad, but at the same time, he 1%, and that's only 1 week inclusive where they've gotten it together.
Together. Okay, so right here. And then fuck. Annoying. Okay. Oh, Dell, let's just open up 2 fucking tabs, though. Boom. Like that. Like that. Okay. Mr. President, was it related to business? I was not a fan of Epstein. I wish people saying through saying that through on the club. I didn't want anything to do with it. That many. Did not answer the question. Okay, so boom. And then he said inclusive.
And that's only 1 week inclusive.
1 week inclusive. Week. We got it together.
Where they've gotten it together. The
Yeah.
June numbers just came out.
Okay, so that happens a little later. So we're here. President. So it's actually very close where I'm at.
It looks like it's going to end up. The laws are so bad. The Democrats have to help us fix the immigration laws. But even with that, because of the job that Mexico's doing, and yes, they maybe did it because of tariffs, but they're doing a great job, and I appreciate it.
Law enforcement, though, is law enforcement at risk?
No. Who said that? Democrats are saying you back down. Look, anything you do, the Democrats will say it's not good. In the meantime, if they had a disaster, they have these laws that are so bad. It's not off anymore. Right now, they're paying for it by depressing their currency and their.
Steve, can you break off? Do you want to break off? You just need the tape. If you can hand me the tape, Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Steve, if you can hear me and hand me the tape, I'll get it to you.
He's a weak man. He's an ineffective man. President Xi laughs Xi, Joe Biden, or somebody like him.
There it is.
I've talked to him on this. Steve, can you hear me? Is there any way you can get a tape out to Sally?
No,
Sally will be right behind you.
I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many, many years. But
Sally.
Here it is. No wonder why I didn't pick it up. It's like impossible to fucking hear, but it's there. It's definitely there. It's definitely there. Carter's voice is very quiet, but there it is. Alright, well, there's some fucking line about it. Didn't he? No idea Epstein was a pedophile in other circumstances? In other, events. Okay. Check these puppies out. Okay. No, I had no idea. Okay. Yep, so that's just a lie. Oh.
The family of Virginia Giuffre released a statement overnight in response to some of the comments that you made this week. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women, including Virginia?
No, I didn't know. I mean, I would figure it was ABC fake news that would ask that question, one of the worst. But no, I don't know really why. But I said if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's hiring or whatever he's doing. I didn't like it, and we threw him out. We said we don't want him, at the place. This is a story that's been known for many years, as you know. But it's I didn't like it that he was doing that.
Okay, so that's just not true.
The family of Virginia Giuffre released a statement overnight in response to some of the comments that you made this week. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women, including Virginia?
No, I didn't know. I mean,
you said that Jeffrey Epstein stole the comments that you made this week. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. You said that Jeffrey Epstein. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole.
That's good. July 31st, 2025. July 31st. Yeah, that makes sense. 34. 31. He had Epstein poached his staff like Virginia Giuffre. Lies about not knowing Epstein's intentions relating to the poaching of staff like Virginia Giuffre. Boop. There we go.
Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago this week. You said that Jeffrey.
Reporter. He said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago.
Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking?
Did you know why he was?
Taking those young women, including Virginia?
No, I didn't know. No, I mean, I would figure it was ABC fake news that would ask that question, one of the worst. But no, I don't know really why. But I said if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's.
Is this a lie? So that's a good one. That was on, yep, July 31st. Yep. Okay. Excuse me. Close that. Okay, several public. No idea, including where I said no idea. We already got that was not in the Oval Office. From Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. That's enough. Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Okay, so why he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago? Trump knew about the trafficking and did nothing after. Hmm. Didn't answer the call to actually help. There we go. Okay. So didn't answer the call to actually help. He answered the call to avoid formal depositions / subpoenas. Okay. So lies about that stuff. He was saving himself. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna adjust the titles so they all start with like the date and when it's applicable. How do I control how do I replace all in Obsidian? Find and replace the no. Where the fuck is find and replace, bro? Am I stupid? Search, bookmark. Where's find and replace? How do I do that? Yo, does anyone know how to find and replace? I don't. Your boy does not. Your boy does not know how to find and replace in Obsidian. Find. Bro. Oh, quick shortcut. Okay, so Control H. Control. Aha! Thank you, Perplexity. I love you. Okay. So find Epstein and Trump become friends. We're gonna replace that with him. Mid to late 1980s. So it's gonna be do I want to just use X's or like month, day, day? DD 1 9 8. Well, mid to late 1950s, so 5 plus. Yeah, if I do that. That looks weird. $1985 plus. Mid to late 1980s. I like having the dash. If I did it like that instead. If I hit, is that replace? Replace all? Yeah. Oh, the fuck? Okay, well, that don't work. Oh, shit. I could do like a range. Maybe that would be better. 1985 to 1989, maybe. Yeah, mid to late 1980s. Maybe that's best. I don't think that looks bad. I don't think it looks bad at all. 1989. Okay. And then this is going to be, so we don't know the month or date, but it happened. So it's going to be MMDD 1989. Boom. Replace all. Month, day. Yeah, I think I like that format. I just do like exit, but like, I don't know. I kind of feel like it'd be, I'll say lazy, but I don't know. So, month, day, 1993. Place all. Cool. Okay. And we can give like a range. Okay, Gleam poaches her. Okay, so how do I want to coordinate that? So month, so I can do like summer. That's the month. DD of 2000. I'm okay with that, I think. Let's see how that looks. Yeah. Maybe I could give actually a specific range. What months are summer in US? June, July, August? So I could do like instead 0 June, July, August to 0, 8. Replace all. Hmm. Yeah, I'll keep that. I want to keep it professional. And that is literally the summertime, so. We'll keep it like that. Okay. Bam. 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 That's going to become October, it's like 10, 28. Bam. Oh, that should be 2002. Ten 28, 2002. Yep. Okay. And let's see how this looks. Ten 28, 2002. What? Am I stupid? Yeah, I'll get all the dates settled out here. I think it's gonna be good to. I think it's best practice to list out the individual events and then have the date in the title of those events, because having a very clear timeline of when everything happens, that's big. That's big. Okay. Sometime in January. Oh, January 20th. Okay. All right. So this is going to become 01, 20. Actually, I should do that. I should just do that. And then that's going to be 2003. Place all. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll have it there. It's fine. This is going to be DD 2003. Trump writes Epstein a birthday card. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay, this is going to be month 15 2004. Replace. Yep, cool. All right. Okay. Trump and seems up talking over bidding. Huh. Okay, so in the mid 2000s, boom, 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 boom. So we'll do like 2004. Well, I guess I should do MMDD slash 2004 to, I'll do like 2006, I guess. That's the mid 2000s. We're bidding. Yeah. Cool. Okay. This one's an easy one. Okay. Was arrested for solicitation of prostitution. So this is going to be 07 slash boom boom slash 2006. 06. There we go. Nice. Okay. Okay. So that's going to be 07 23. I need a greater than symbol. Plus? Can I do that? Oops, sorry. 2006. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, somewhere after that. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Somewhere in the summer. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I'm glad I'm putting the dates in like this. Should be easier for people to read. Okay. Boop. So that's 24. That's gonna become 07 boom boom slash 2006. That did not get that. There we go. Replace all. Cool. Okay. Okay. This is gonna become October, so 10 DD 2007 dash space boom. Okay. Mar-a-Lago account closes. So it should be after that. So then we're gonna instead put 10. Actually, oh, we don't know when. So that's gonna be DD as well, because we don't know when that dispute occurred. Yeah. There's no way to denote that. But we both know that they both happened in October. But we don't know when, but we just know that. And there's just no way to account for it, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Okay, so Trump lies. Liar, liar, plants on fire. This becomes... Okay, it was just sometime in 2009. We have no idea when. I don't think that's ever specified, so... it's gonna be DD 2009. Boom. Okay, and now we get into solid dates no matter what. Okay, which is Ghislaine Well. So it's going to be 07/21/2020. Yep. Okay, 07/28/2020. Place all. Cool. Yep. Ah, my butt fell asleep. Shit. Okay, I'm okay. I got the blood flowing again. Sort of. Okay, 07/28/2025. There we go. Yep. Okay. 07, boom, boom, 2025. Boom. Fuck. Slash. There we go. There we go. All right, let's take a look how it looks up here. Okay, so that's not accurate right here. Let's go tells Palm Beach about Maxwell. So shouldn't say that. About Maxwell's 2006. Ha. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no wonder why I couldn't find it. That's okay, it makes sense. Boop. There we go. Okay, and let's get this puppy in here. Nice. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. And now we can get in a super duper good timeline here. Nice. Very, very nice. Very nice. Yep, that's the summer. Yup. Yeah, I'll just keep it as summer. I think that reads easier. There's a question mark. I was like, we don't know. Yep, there we go. Looks good. I'm a fan. That looks good. That's a good document right there, my friends. That right there is a good document. Let's go and publish this real quick. Okay. Let's pull up Project Lib. Learning materials, events, U.S. events, conservative, failures, Trump, defending pedophiles, relation Epstein. Do like that. All right, cool. I think we'll get rid of the prerequisite information. It's just not even necessary, really. Anyway. Dude, this is so good. Close friends with Epstein and Maxwell. Yep. Best friends. Yep. Beautiful.
I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone.
It's all here. My friends, it was all here. All right. I'm going to put a wrap on this one here. I'm claiming this is done. Nice. Very happy. Very, very, very happy. Very, very happy. Let's go. Oh. Put a done hashtag done tag on. Okay. Cool. There really isn't any prerequisite information that's needed. You're just kind of Virginia Giuffre. And Ghislaine Maxwell, but I'm not gonna. I'll put Ghislaine Maxwell. But I'm not gonna worry about that now. Like if you don't know who Ghislaine Maxwell is, like, what are you doing? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about filling that out. Okay, let's go. Is it? No. Oh, it's here. Duh. Epstein file contents. All right, now this part will be a lot easier. 3 will be pretty short because all we have to know is that in the contents, while there's horrifying allegations against Trump, ultimately they are just allegations, and while allegations are indicative of someone's character, okay, it is not definitive proof. Okay, like, we want to have hard concrete proof of someone, like, you know, whatever. And if conservatives can run and hide, they'll do it. They'll like weasel their way out of anything they can. Well, was it proven? You know, or like, do you really know? Even though there's like 100 people that have come out with sexual assault allegations against fucking Trump, it's pretty straightforward. But they won't take any of it until something gets proven, like a court of law. Like Eugene Carroll was a civil case, so even then they still shoot that down. But whatever. He literally admits to doing it, bro. These people are crazy. And the saddest thing is he'll never get prosecuted because he's gonna die. He's gonna fucking die before he could ever get prosecuted, and that's just really sad. But it is what it is. So I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. Oh, okay, let's log in. Let's see file content. I'll do that. That's gonna be. Let's open up Gemini again. Actually, let me open that back up. And then we'll get Grok, the unholy trinity. Okay. Actually, I need to go. I need to pick up my shit for my fucking TRT. So, and then I've got a call with someone later, so that'll be cool. But okay, I'm gonna head out. Anyone who's watching, thank you so much for being here. I freaking love y'all. And yeah, tomorrow we're going to get on the Epstein file contents, and that's gonna be the 302 files. The 302 files are basically like the fucking gold mine of shit relating to what the victims' statements are, and those are actively still being concealed, and also like FBI records and summaries, right? Like if anyone's familiar with Spark Notes, the 302 files is like the golden source of truth of Spark Notes relating to the Epstein files. So like potential co-conspirators, people to investigate, critical claims like made against people or like with like reputable shit. The 302 files, those are the. And dozens, if not hundreds, of those files are still completely redacted. What are we doing here? So yeah, we're gonna Scooby Dooby do that tomorrow. I think I might work on a little bit tonight, maybe. I don't fucking know. But yep. All right. Thanks y'all for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.